Thank you for joining us live for the City of South Fulton City Council meeting. We are proud to introduce the leadership entrusted with guiding our city forward. Mayor Carmelita Gomes, District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 2 Councilman Aaron V. Johnson, District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian, Mayor Pro Tem Keosha B. Bell, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 7 Councilwoman Linda Becker Pritchett. Supporting the work of this body in the operations of our city are City Clerk Corey Adams, City Manager Sharon D. Subadan, and Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. Thank you for being the best part of the City of South Fulton, a city on the rise.
All right, good afternoon, and I will call the meeting, the City Council work session for February 24th, 2025 at 4 p.m. To order. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the roll?
Yes, good afternoon. This is a roll call for today's work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Aaron V. Johnson, District 2. Here. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Here.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gomes.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
First item on tonight's agenda is the Roosevelt Livable Centers Initiative LCI Plan presentation, be presented by Brian Durilis with Vice President, Aerotropolis Atlanta.
All right, welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I would just want to start with saying first, thank you for having us today, and thank you to Mayor and Council for participating in our South Fulton Brokers reception. So, because of you guys' effort, we are able to move a lot of catalytic sites, not only in this community, but in all the communities around South Fulton. So just want to say thank you before we begin. I'm going to go through this presentation fairly quickly. I imagine most, if not everyone in this room, have a good foundation knowledge of Aerotropolis and Atlanta Alliance and the work we do. But for this presentation, I'm just going to give a very high-level overview, talk about the LCIs that we've done in the past, and for the reason to ask today is for the Roosevelt Highway LCI. So our team, we're a small but mighty team. Shannon James is our president and CEO, former banker. Valencia White, who managed our LHTO Center for Learning, Workforce, and Entrepreneurship, and then Shantae Foster, our Marketing and Communications Manager. So what is Aerotropolis Atlanta Alliance? We are a regional planning and economic development entity here to support communities south of I-20. So supporting the community of City of South Fulton to bring community development, economic development, and workforce development strategies that you guys can implement in partnership with all of the other communities surrounding the South Fulton area. So here are some of our cities. We really comprise of all of the cities in South Fulton and then all of the cities in Clayton County except the city of Morrow. So 15 cities, 2 counties. This is just a high-level infographic of what you will see in our Aerotropolis, but in different Aerotropoli, if you will, across the world. So while our ecosystem is very unique, we're using a playbook that is being applied in other communities around the world. This is just a quick snapshot of all of our investors. So we're a true P3, public-private partnership. So, of course, all of the cities are member cities, and then we have our private partners. So you see Delta, Chick-fil-A, Truist, so on and so forth, who are members to support regional competitiveness around the airport. And so for our three strategic initiatives is economic development, workforce development, but what I'll spend mostly this time is community development, right? Improving the quality of life for our residents. So this is where we focus on transportation, housing, sustainability, and walkability, and creative placemaking. So going on to our first real major LCI study was the Arrow Greenway Plan conducted in 2018. And the idea for this was to create a multimodal trail network that connects all of the regional trails and existing parks into an interlock system. And so as you can see by this picture here, it's kind of very reminiscent of what you see in the Atlanta Beltline. And so how do we think strategically on improving connectivity, walkability, and improving the quality of life for our residents around the community? Through the LCI that was done through the Greenway Plan, really kind of now identifying key corridors. So this was one of our first key corridors with multi-jurisdictions. So East Point, College Park, and Hayville participate in a William Drive corridor study. And this really kind of allowed us to really not only identify key catalytic nodes, but really address them and the challenges in this key corridor, but help create a kind of cultural node and district for this. So as you guys could see during the presentation, we were able to identify key areas of opportunities for development that we are able now to solicit to the real estate community for the type of development that we want to see in the community, and kind of define this district by some of the key features. And so one of the key features on this William Drive corridor that was really actually identified during the LCI was the Flint River. And so many of you guys are probably familiar with the Flint River. It's the second largest river stream that started underneath the airport. It provides about 60% of the water for South Georgia farms, and it provides actually a lot of the flooding down in Clayton County. So how do we now activate this river stream for our community residents, use this environmental as a catalyst for future developments, but protect it and making sure that there is a walkable pathway for it. And then the largest LCI that we have done was Terra Boulevard down in Clayton County. So as you guys can see, we've kind of started small and moved on to Terra Boulevard, which is 11 miles going across the county. Really, we worked with not only Clayton County, but of course those jurisdictions that the county across, and identified 3 different nodes. So if you look at the top portion, it's the Terra Gateway node, really that entryway into the top portion or the northern part of Clayton County, right by the airport. Really going into that middle piece with Jonesboro, now thinking how we can leverage creative placemaking to really activate that kind of centerpiece and now think about downtown developments. And the last is that Lovejoy node on the bottom. Now the exit way to Clayton County, but this is where we're seeing the highest residential growth. It was through this actual LCI that one of the highest things that was identified is that we need to do a housing study. So we actually was awarded through another community development assistance program through the Atlanta Regional Commission, a housing assessment and strategy that's going to be implemented actually next month. And so Terra Boulevard, working with multiple jurisdictions for about a year-long process to figure out how do we improve connectivity, pedestrian access, making sure that there is the type of density and the type of housing product that we want across this corridor, and then how does it fit through other communities. And the work that we've done through Terra Boulevard, we're excited to say that we've actually won 2 awards for this, right? Not only our region recognized bringing all those key stakeholders and partners to create the Terra Boulevard Task Force for activation, but the kind of dedication working regionalism. So we won 2 awards. The first is the ASL Landscape Architecture Award that was nationally acclaimed, and the second was the Regional Excellence Award through the ARC. The last really kind of key thing that I want to touch upon is this trail network at the ARC. And so all of these trails and studies that we've done in the past really culminated to this large, massive grant that we won through the federal administration last year. Unfortunately, that grant was rescinded through the new administration. It was the largest grant that the ARC has ever was awarded, so about $64 million. But the Atlanta Regional Commission really saw the effort that we have done, putting all the regional partners together, and they've committed about $3.5 million to continue the good work, really identifying trail networks, not only around South Metro, but due to Aerotropolis in particular, but throughout 19 counties. And so it'll be three kind of smaller scales really combined to one. First is that Flint River that I mentioned earlier in the presentation that we were one of the key founding members of founding. The second is this trail network, right? Continuing that extension of the Beltline South. And then the last one is just a larger trail network. But there's one key thing that I want you guys to see as you look at this presentation. If you look at that orange line after the belt line, it stops right on Main Street. And so currently as this plan, as it stands right now, the trail network is supposed to stop right kind of in front of Tyler Perry Studios. And so this is what actually brings us here today. What we are proposing and what we want to ask Mayor and Council is a letter of support for the Roosevelt Highway Livable Centers Initiative. This LCI study would be a transportation grant working with all of the jurisdictions that intersect with Roosevelt Highway to make sure not only this trail network is connected, but we are improving pedestrian access, connectivity, multimodal transportation solutions across the corridor. So this is kind of to propose areas of focus that we have identified through the application. We have met with city staff, roughly now about 4 or 5 months, just to make sure we are tailoring our application to fit the needs of this community and all the other communities. So these are just some of the areas that were mentioned through our conversations with not only the economic development directors of this team and the community development directors, but also the economic and community development directors of all 6 jurisdictions that Roosevelt Highway interact with. And so making sure that we create a buffer between commercial and industrial development was one of those key things. How do we increase walkability, right? How do we make sure that pedestrians feel safe as they're traversing this key corridor? How do we make sure there's foot traffic to support the small businesses that's on here? And so for just some of the timeline and logistics for this grant application, before I yield my presentation for further questions and comments from the mayor and council, the city of Fairburn will serve as our lead applicant. The reason why we chose the city of Fairburn is because they've actually recently just completed the LCI last year that is on Roosevelt Highway. One of their key catalytic sites on our Blueprint 2.0, which identifies key strategic catalytic sites, is also on Roosevelt Highway, so there's a lot of good synergies. Aerotropolis, of course, we have written the application. We sent it out to all of the jurisdictions to review, make sure we gather feedback. Application is due this Friday, so hopefully this is not being recorded, but this is the last city, but this is the best for last. And then so we're here to ask for a letter of support for the 25% that Roosevelt Highway goes, which is roughly about $40,000. And so this is a pretty large application. I would imagine this is one of the largest applications just because how long this corridor crosses. So we're asking for the max about 800,000, but we're not sure that we'll attain this. So while we're asking for 40,000 as for a letter of commitment, that number might change depending on how much the ARC will grant us if we win the award. And so the Atlanta Regional Commission, they contribute about 80% of that for the grant, and then all the communities will contribute the remaining portion of 20%. And so we broke it down based off our percentage of how much of the Roosevelt Highway is in each jurisdiction, and Aerotropolis is willing to commit about $7,500 for this application. That concludes my presentation. I will yield for comments or questions.
All right, well, thank you for your presentation. We will entertain comments and questions from the council. I see Councilwoman Willis in the queue.
Thank you for your presentation. The part of Roosevelt Highway, half of it is in 3, half of it is in 5. So you said this is due by Friday?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
and so this is the first time you've talked to us about it?
Yes, ma'am. So this we've been communicating with staff to make sure that we are able to present to mayor and council today. Just through coordination with all of the other jurisdictions, we're trying to make sure we get this signed today.
Okay. So is staff, this is the first time you all are hearing about it, or were you all aware of this LCI and us being a part of it? Because this is the first time I'm hearing about it, and this is my district. I'm supportive of it. The only thing I would say is that we have done studies previously. We have done the CDAP study. We have done the bike trail study when I first, maybe a year after I got elected, we did the bike and trail study. And so Aerotropolis did, ARC did the CDAP study. But we keep doing these studies and nothing is being implemented. So is this study going to be another study that we do? And I guess, how can we get some of these studies implemented?
If I may, so one of the key things about this study, the reason why we're pushing really aggressively is if you look at this South Metro Trails Leadership Alliance, right? The ARC is fully committed on pulling funds together for planning, engineering, and construction of a trail network. And so 2 studies will really kind of be happening concurrently, and then 2 different task forces will be happening at the same time. So the Leadership Alliance will be working on how to implement this trail network throughout the region. So all of the elected officials, community development directors, and economic development directors for all of South Metro will be working with the ARC to make sure there's trails throughout this area. And then Aerotropolis will be creating a task force for implementation. And so one of the key components of this study is an implementation matrix, right? And so it will give us kind of a blueprint on what are kind of low-hanging fruits for activation.
So my question is, this is a study, the implementation is going to require funding. So do you all have, or are you all recommending where we can get funding for the implementation?
So that's one of the key objectives of the study, after it's completed, is not only an implementation for our team to figure out what are kind of low-hanging fruits that we can do, but what are areas and philanthropic partners, nonprofits, community organizations, similar to like the Conservation Fund that's worked on the Flint River that will help bring funding for activation.
Okay, and then the CID stops where on Roosevelt? Do you know, are you aware there's a CID? Do you know where it stops on Roosevelt? I know College Park is a part of it, right?
Yes, there's 2 CIDs that interact with Roosevelt. There's the airport CID, and there's the South Fulton CID that each have a component of Roosevelt Highway. We've actually attained a letter of support from both CIDs, so they will be a part of the actual grant process if we are awarded. But for where exactly on the map of where their boundaries are on Roosevelt Highway, I am not actually 100% sure.
My question is, are they contributing in any way to the study?
Financially, we have not asked them to contribute, but we are asking them to contribute with implementation after, if we win the grant, and bringing their resources to the table once we created the task force.
Okay, Mayor, I yield in case if anyone has any other questions, I can come back.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Sebastian?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks again for the presentation. I was actually trying to see if I could identify it. Don't know if you mentioned this. I don't think I saw it. Which cities, you mentioned Fairburn?
Yes.
Which are all the cities that are involved here that you all spoke with before?
Very good question. So we've met with City of Fairburn, City of Palmetto, College Park, City of East Point, and Union City, each who have signed a letter of commitment for this project. The only city that we have not met with who will be signing a letter of support, but it's not really within our territory or our jurisdiction, is the City of Atlanta. So we support communities south of really I-20, really the kind of that utmost part of Pittsburgh Yards, and so we're more focused on communities south of Atlanta, but we have sent a letter of support for them, and they're fully aware of this project.
Okay. And so I'm assuming that staff shared with you our redevelopment plans for the Red Oak District, the area over there?
Yes.
Okay. And have you spoke to the folks down at the Oakley Industrial CID?
We have not. Oakland, is that part of the South Fulton?
It is a regional thing, and I think they are thinking about expanding as well.
Okay.
And part of their taxable area involves Highway 29. Right? So you may want to reach out to them as well.
Thank you. For sure, we will.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Sebastian. Are there any other comments in the queue? I don't see it, everybody. Councilwoman Willis?
So do you know how long staff knew about this?
So we've been engaging with staff at the top of the year. So we have economic development and community development meetings just to engage with all of the economic development, community development, and city administrators for those smaller cities that don't actually have an economic development person.
I'm specifically talking about South Fulton,
Yes, since for the beginning of this year.
since January.
Yes.
Okay, have you met with the Red Oak?
We have met with them just to talk about high level of the application and what we're applying for Roosevelt Highway. They haven't seen the actual grant application, but we have met with them to kind of talk very high level of what are our future plans of going for Roosevelt Highway and the intrinsic benefits.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question. You mentioned in the presentation about the model mile, and I'm glad you mentioned that because that has been one of the things that we've talked about for a number of years in South Fulton. And I met with ARC last week, and they said that they were partnering with you all on that because I'm always asked, well, what happened to the trail system or quote unquote the South Fulton Belt line that was supposed to have been happening. So I appreciate you giving that update. But what actually is the likelihood of that trail expansion coming to fruition, I guess, with this new partnership with the ARC?
Yes, this is a very good question. So a consultant has been selected. They're kind of in the final steps of receiving a contract and going back with ARC. Typically, of a project of this scale and size, with all the jurisdictions, a transportation project study is usually about 9 months. Because we're now looking at multiple communities, it's going to actually be extended for about 18 months. And so this is a very ambitious project, right? I think for us, for actually construction of each of the phases would be a generational project. So there is a high likelihood of it being started and completed. I just think the time frame estimated has changed drastically because initially we won $64 million. Now that grant has been rescinded, now that time frame is going to be a lot longer.
Thank you for that. And my last question, you mentioned the investment is based on the percentage of what, I guess, the cities that are being impacted, or is it based on the size? Because, of course, South Fulton is much bigger than those cities, so I want to make sure that, the investment is equivalent.
Yes, so the investment is based off how much Roosevelt highways within each jurisdiction.
All right, thank you. Are there any more questions? It doesn't look like it. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Yes, at the 7 o'clock meeting. Yep. Next item on the agenda is presentation. Animal control presentation will be presented by Captain Nikki Dwyer, Animal Services Division, Fulton County Police Department.
Good afternoon, Captain Dwyer with Fulton County Police Department. I'm over field services for animal control for Fulton County. This is Vernon Sawyer, and he is over the shelter operations. We'll both be speaking on current updates. Where's this first?
So as you can see now, we've been working with Lifeline to try to reduce the amount of animals in the shelter. We've actually come up with a guideline that's through the contract with them to try to maintain a humane level of animals in the shelter while increasing the adoptions rates. I'm proud to say that they have reached a 90, I think 0.4 or 0.7 live release rate between the two shelters, us and DeKalb, with a 13% increase in animal intakes. And this is something, the increase on the intakes is something that we're seeing throughout the United States. Every shelter is struggling with trying to find out creative ways to send animals out in a positive release manner, whether it's adoption, foster, or even like weekend fosters. So Lifeline's been doing a fairly good job, actually a real good job, at sending animals out in fosters and increasing adoption events. So as you can see, the numbers indicate that. And also, South Fulton should have access to our dashboard where you can look at the stats, not just on the field side, but also on the shelter side of things. Next. And then just as, I'm sorry, this indicates our intakes and our adoptions, and you can see the numbers. Next. Okay. And any questions on the shelter side of things?
No, you can continue. We may have some at the end.
All right, so the first screen you're going to see here, this is field services updates. The first numbers there, it's total number of calls this year. So from January to now, we've had 1,320 for calls. Last quarter of last year, we had 4,120 calls for service. And just last month, it was 1,314. So you can see by the graph, kind of the calls stay pretty steady as far as how many we are responding to. This is specific to City of South Fulton. So total number of calls we've gone to so far this year is 246. Last quarter was 768 calls for service, and then last month was 246. I know this is small, but this is a breakdown of what kind of calls we're responding to. So mainly the blue you can see is stray loose, so we respond to quite a few of those. And it goes down from there, vicious animals, investigations, injured animals, and so on. So as Mr. Sawyer had mentioned, you guys do have access to the page that is updated daily, and it shows what we're responding to, call response times, call numbers, so you can access that at any time. All right, so December 17th of last year, field services transferred over to the Fulton County Police Department. So back in July of 2024, I started working with Lifeline and their field operations, doing animal cruelty throughout the county. And once we started working cases, realized that we were just inundated by cases, and a lot of jurisdictions do not have the manpower to dedicate to investigating these cases. With those investigations, we learned that animal cruelty is often associated with other serious crimes, domestic violence, child abuse, gang activity, weapons charges. So in addition to animal cruelty cases, we were arresting people for those charges as well. In 2025, beginning of 2025, we added an additional investigator. So myself and Sergeant continued to investigate these cases last year. We worked 121 cases throughout Fulton County and executed 33 search warrants. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the case that unfortunately happened last summer with Donna Wynn in Union City, where she was viciously attacked by a pack of dogs, and we were never able to identify what dogs actually attacked her, but she did die from her injuries. That case was mishandled by Lifeline, and which has prompted us to go ahead and take over because we don't want that to happen again. The director for field operations and the manager were then terminated, and in October of last year, I took over as the director, head of field operations. Also, last fall, City of South Fulton had a big case where a woman was mauled almost to death, and if a citizen hadn't seen her and come up and ran the dogs over, she probably would not be with us, but she was in the hospital for 2 months and lost body parts. It was a very severe case. So a lot of changes has come. We have more officers, so that means there's going to be more coverage, more quicker response times. Also, with an uptick in bite cases, we now have a dedicated bite investigator where all they do is work bites. And also before, so bites really weren't being communicated to management. So now we have it in policy where anything a level 4 and up bite is immediately told to management, and so we can handle it immediately then if we need to show up on scene. And like we did with the South Fulton case, we work with South Fulton Police Department to get a resolution whether we're going to take out the warrants or, what happens with that. What else? So all evidence is now going to police department evidence lockers, and so it is secure versus just being in a closet somewhere at the shelter. Also, we're pushing for an increase with communication with the cities via the dashboard, so you guys have up-to-date information. Also, direct access to myself and my staff. If you guys have any questions, if there's a complaint from a citizen, we're happy to listen and we're happy to, fix whatever issues may be there. We're pushing for ownership, responsible ownership of pets, because most of these bites, these incidents are coming from people not leashing their animals, having too many animals, having their kids walk dogs that, weigh 3 times their weight, just irresponsible. So we're pushing for that. Also for education, we don't always go out and cite. Our first step is to educate. Maybe they didn't know they needed to have this special kind of dog house or the dogs need to be on leashes. So as long as it's not something egregious, we're educating them. And then if the issue continues, then we start to cite. Or if need be, we'll take the dogs into custody. Also, training. So before, officers were only getting 6 weeks of training and then being put out on the street. So we've changed that. Now they get 12 weeks. We want to make sure that they're educated, they're doing the job the way it's supposed to be doing. Also, we have updated their body cameras to Axon body cameras, so now they're on the same level as our police department, easy access, easy evidence sharing with the district attorney's office and the solicitor general's office. Same with like carrier vests, same with what police officers have now. They can get the tools off of their waist, have everything on their vest they need. And then more professional, so updated dress code, updated appearance and professionalism. So one issue we were running into when we started to look at these cases is that they're long delayed for being prosecuted. So there's over 500 cases waiting to be prosecuted, animal cases right now. So we have started tracking those cases and what judge they have been assigned to start to try to put pressure to get these cases moved through. Because unfortunately, a lot of these cases, the dogs are just being held on a court hold in the shelter. Currently, we have 78 dogs on a court hold. We've been up to 117. And so those are 78 spots that we could have other dogs waiting to be adopted in those. So it's important that we keep moving these dogs out and they're not held. We currently have a dog that's been there 3.5 years waiting to, that's cruelty in itself. So we want to move forward and get those moved. So we're working with Judge Cassandra Kirk in Magistrate Court, and she has done an excellent job. She's made special court dates for us to get live evidence cases heard quicker. Also working with the Solicitor General, the county has paid for 2 additional positions with the Solicitor General for investigations, and so now they are just working on animal cases, so we're hoping to see those move through quicker as well. Okay, I think that's all I have. Are there any questions?
All right, well, thank you very much for your presentation. It's much improved, thank you. I do see some questions in the queue. I will start with Councilwoman Pritchett from District 7.
Thank you for acknowledging me. Thank you for your presentation. In the beginning, you talked about vicious animals. So on Oakley Industrial, the area that I represent, I have seen a big coyote. I've actually seen it cross the street right in front of my house. And I have talked to our assistant city manager. We've been racking our brains on trying to figure out how to deal with this wild coyote because it's as large as a German Shepherd. And then on the neighborhood app next door, people are saying that this coyote is walking down Oakley Industrial like he owns it. That coyote has been around since about November. And I think I've called you all, and you all tell me to call Department of Natural Resources, and they say you're gonna have to trap it yourself. But it's really dangerous because in my community, there are a lot of little children that play in the street, and even behind my house, we went to walk one of my dogs, and the coyote was just like right there by the car. So it's just really dangerous, but what other recourse do we have? Or, that's a vicious animal, I guess.
So we only handle domesticated animals. A coyote is not considered domesticated. So anything that is wild would fall on Department of Natural Resources. So they would be the ones to trap it. We only do dogs, cats, rabbits, things that people would own as a pet. So I would maybe try to speak to someone higher up at DNR, but they would be the ones to handle that.
Now, wouldn't you all be interested really in knowing when these type of sightings happen? Because if you have a coyote roaming around and you have people walking dogs, coyotes go after dogs too. And you would want to know when you go into an area, because you'll be encountered with the coyote too.
I mean, and that's something you guys could put out and say, hey, there's been a coyote in this area. Make sure, you're protecting yourselves while out walking your dogs. I understand what you're saying, that, it is dangerous. You don't know, they could have rabies. You never know. But I would talk to someone higher up in DNR so they can trap it, because it sounds like that's probably going to be the only way to catch it.
Thank you.
Good information to know. I didn't know that about the coyotes, because I always call animal control for the coyotes. Councilman Sebastian?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all for the presentation. The question I have is about information flow, because I know citizens complain, at least in the past, I've heard this, that, they call animal control, they don't get responses, they don't get timely responses. Sometimes it would go on for days, right? So what is the current flow of reporting to you guys and getting information and updates back to the citizens and to the city?
So I'm glad you brought that up. So when someone calls in a complaint, much like law enforcement, we have priority levels for calls.
I'm sorry, where do they call? Do they call you all directly, or are they supposed to go through the city? Or
They
both?
can either call 911 and it will be routed through 911 to Animal Services and be dispatched that way, or they can call Lifeline. They can call the shelter and make a complaint.
Okay.
As far as the education piece of this, we get a lot of complaints because a lot of citizens don't understand priority levels. So we have 1 through 9. Priority 1 calls, which we have to respond to within 45 minutes, are going to be those injured animals, bite calls. We may have people call and say there's a stray dog and they expect us to be there in 20 minutes because they called 911. But we have 24 hours to respond. So it's important for citizens to understand the level of calls, and that, it's not like you're calling the police and we show up at your door 10 minutes later. If we have higher priority calls, then we have to respond to those first.
Do you have something like a flyer? with that
Absolutely,
stuff?
yes. I
you
can send
it
that
through
over
the
to you
clerk
guys.
So we can get it distributed, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Williams Brown? I thought I saw you. Okay. All right. It doesn't look like we have any further questions in the queue. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Next item is executive session if necessary.
All right. What is your pleasure, council? Because our 5 o'clock meeting is short, so if there's no objection, we can just adjourn this meeting and then we'll start back up at 5, or? All right. If there's no further objection, we will adjourn this meeting. See you at the 5 o'clock.
We adjourned at 4:41 PM. Thank you.
We about to get ready to come back together. Council, make sure you switch over in the portal. All right, I will go ahead and call the meeting for alcohol license and zoning, a public hearing for February 24th, 2026 at 5 PM to order. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the roll?
It's the roll call for today's alcohol license zoning public hearing. The Honorable Captain F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Aaron V. Johnson, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7, is currently absent. And the Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gomes. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
First item on tonight's agenda, alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. Letter A is public hearing, alcohol beverage license application for NT Fuel and Food, LLC, doing business as Valero Food Mart, has been submitted and is requesting approval for an alcohol license for the sale of wine and beer located at 4455 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, South Fulton, Georgia, 30336. It's located in District 1. Staff.
All right, at this time, I am going to open the public hearing for this item. All right, ma'am or sir, you have the total of 10 minutes to give your presentation. You do not have to use all of your time. You may want to reserve that time for rebuttal, but also keep in mind that the time allotted includes public comments for any of the citizens who are in favor of your application, and the same time is granted for those who are in opposition. And again, you may proceed with your presentation.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Lieutenant Blaylock with the City of South Fulton Police Department, Licenses and Permits Unit. Today I'm here to present the application submitted by NT Fuel and Food LLC. It's currently doing business as Valero Food Mart, located at 4455 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, Atlanta, Georgia, 30336. It meets all requirements for an insurance of an alcohol license. This is an existing business within the City of South Fulton, District 1, and the application reflects a change in ownership and request to obtain a new alcohol license to sell beer, wine only at the established location. The current owner has submitted a public safety plan, which has been reviewed and approved. Based on this information, staff recommends approval of the alcohol license application.
All right, is the applicant here?
Yes. You can come up.
And do you wish to speak?
Yes, sir. We have enhanced exterior bright lighting at the pumps and parking lot, and we give camera access to cops, and we have a ID scanner at the POS system for every purchases, and we are monitoring the shoulder tapping. If we suspect any third-party purchases, we refuse the sale.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right, well, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, did you have any opposition?
Actually, no opposition. And can you just state your name and your address for the record?
Yeah, Ravi Kumar Veravalli,
Okay.
4455 Fulton Industrial Boulevard.
All right. Okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
comments. And you said there is no opposition at this time?
No, ma'am, no cards received.
All right, at this time, I am going to close the public hearing, and we will take questions from the council, starting with the district representative. This would be District 1, Dr. Rao.
I really don't have any questions for the applicant, because you said this was a change in ownership. But I do want to ask the police department, have they had any issues recently?
No, ma'am.
No, they haven't had any, since, I think I sent the email out saying that they have off-duty officers patrolling the area. And we also have access to their camera system, the Fusion system, so we
Okay,
can
great.
monitor it. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got gas there, yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other comments? Anyone can get into the queue? All right, thank you. That concludes your comments. Mr. Clerk, we'll be hearing this on the next agenda?
Yes, March the 10th.
All right, we'll see you March 10th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Next item is a public hearing, case TA 26-001, an ordinance to repeal the City of South Fulton's ordinance number 2021-033, amending the regulations for convenience stores and gasoline stations to remove two provisions of SEC 302.15 to establish the use of gasoline station within 7,920 feet of another gas station and/or within 1,000 feet of a residential property, to establish the allowable zoning district for said use and for other lawful purposes. The Planning Commission recommendation was denial. Staff.
All right, at this time, I am opening the public hearing for item TA 26-01 that is on the agenda. There's a total of 10 minutes to give any presentation. You do not have to use all of that time. You may want to reserve any time for rebuttal. Also keep in mind that this time is allowed. It includes public comments for any of the citizens who are also in favor, and the same time is granted for those that are opposed. And did I see Director Mr. McClendon? Did you want to provide any commentary? You can go forward with your presentation. How about that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of the Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. I just wanted to briefly add some context to the text amendment itself. The text amendment is separate from the amendment to the Code of Ordinances, which will go into Title 12, the Licenses, Permits, and Business Regulations section. What we're doing is removing certain regulations that were included in the zoning ordinance. We're taking those regulations and placing them in Title 12, where, of course, they will still be applicable. The text amendment is a companion piece to that. And what we've attempted to do with the text amendment is to ensure that the language in the zoning code is consistent with the language that will be going into Title 12 if council approves it, and ensuring that the correct zoning districts carry the correct designations for gas stations as far as whether or not they will be allowable by right or if they will be allowable via special use. So just to break down that last piece, this text amendment will, currently gas stations are allowable in the C2, M1, and M2 zoning districts via special use permit. If this text amendment is passed, it will allow for gas stations to be licensed by right in the C2, M1, and M2 zoning districts, and then certain gas stations, we've created a separate use for gas stations which are within 1.5 miles of other gas stations or 1,000 feet of residential uses. And if a gas station fits into that category, then it will be allowable via a special use permit in the C2, M1, or M2 zoning districts.
All right, thank you, Director McClendon. Mr. Clerk, do you have any people that are in favor?
No, ma'am, not in favor.
And do you have any that are in opposition?
Yes, we do have 3 comment cards. Deanna Respis, Penny Webster Lewis, and Barbara Baylor.
And what do you need to do with that?
They wish to speak during public comment, public hearing.
Are they here? All right, come on, line up.
Deanna Respis, Penny Webster Lewis, and Barbara Baylor.
screen is on, all right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, my name is Deanna Respers, and I live in District 3 on Butner Road. I'll start by thanking the members of council who have been willing to engage in a dialogue with me specifically around my concerns and desires to see improvement in this ordinance. Although we do not necessarily agree on this ordinance before you, it is my sincerest hope that where we did find common ground, that we are able to move it forward. With that being said, I will say it took me a minute to get my hands on the legal notifications that were published in the city's legal organ. And to that end, the published legal advertisement lists the hearing dates as 2025. This hearing is in the year of 2026. The year is a part of the time. If the notice does not accurately state the time of the hearing, then the statutory requirement has not been satisfied. I understand that there may be an argument that there's been a scrivener's error and that the city's intent was clear. However, intent does not cure failure to comply with mandatory statutory procedures. In the case of Tilley Properties versus Bartow County, the Supreme Court has ruled that compliance with the zoning procedures law is mandatory, and zoning actions taken without proper compliance are void, not flawed, not risky, but void. Proceeding under a defective notice exposes this ordinance to procedural invalidation and creates a cloud over any future approvals that rely upon it. And then I just add that at a minimum, every gas station application should require a special use permit. I respectfully urge you to re-advertise this in accordance to state law. And if you take action tonight, to please, on behalf of the citizens of South Fulton, preserve the special use permit review for all gas stations. While I recognize you do have a majority, and a majority of you have made up your minds, I am very hopeful that you will listen to the majority of the citizens and the outcry that they've had. And I respectfully urge you again to re-advertise and protect the integrity of the zoning process. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Penny Webster Lewis, 6312 Jasper Way, South Fulton, District 2. I'm not going to repeat what my predecessor said, but I do have a procedural question. This process has morphed every time it's come before this body. Even at the very beginning, at the CZIM meeting, it was an entirely different document with entirely different goals. It was not a repeal, we were told. It was not a repeal of the ordinance which brought all this about, which was 2021-033. Now it's a new text amendments to repeal that ordinance, change or remove some other portions of the zoning ordinance, and it seems like it's taking it out of the zoning process. So it's very confusing for us lay people without communication or explanation of what's going on. It seems like it's bait and switch. Every time we've had an opportunity to speak on this matter, the document has changed. It's completely revised now, and it's a whole new thing. It's not even under the Appendix C for zoning. It's now going to be under licenses and something else. It's a whole new ballgame. And we don't know what's going on. And maybe you don't think we should, but since we're concerned with it because it involves gas stations, which have environmental impact implications, we really want you just to pause, give us a chance to understand what it is the city's trying to do. Right now, to my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are no petitions for zonings for gas stations right now. There are no applications in the queue for gas stations right now. So it baffles me that we're rushing to get this done, because you'll vote on it today. And there's no reason to run when there's too many questions from the people. We've already said we're not against having gas stations affiliated with Costco's or Kroger's. But we are concerned with just having them anywhere and not having that special use permit provision for any gas station puts all of us at risk. So we really urge you to think about what's the urgency, think about the safety and well-being of all the residents. And none of our questions have been answered. We've been told we're given misinformation. But what's the correct information? I've emailed every one of you, and no one has responded to me with the answers to my questions. No one. I respect all of you, and I respect what your role is. You're supposed to legislate. We get it. But we're who you're legislating for, and our voices really should matter. And it doesn't have to come from a constituent in your district. Any of us who complain about this, it should make a difference to you because we all live in the city of South Fulton. We all deserve to be informed and included in decisions that in fact affect the health and welfare of its residents. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Yeah, Barbara Baylor, Loretta Williams, Cedric Williams.
Good evening, Mayor Gumbs and members of the City Council. I am Barbara Baylor. I am a retired public health professional and consultant, and I live in District 1. I attended the meeting last week at the Decision Point Ministries regarding the proposed vote on an ordinance that would increase the number of gas stations allowed in the South Fulton area. As a public health professional, I am concerned about this ordinance. There is extensive research indicating potential public health risk associated with gas stations located too close to communities. As you are aware, the benzene in gasoline is a human carcinogen that poses particular risks to children. It has caused leukemia and increased asthma and poses particular risks to adults and pregnant women and people that have upper respiratory conditions and heart disease. Protective measures such as safe mandatory distance between the gas station can help reduce these risks that are associated living near service stations. I implore you, please, today to protect the health and safety of the residents of South Fulton and to please repeal Ordinance 2021-0033 and take some time to think about the protections of the innocent children and the adults that are around us that are vulnerable. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Loretta Williams, and I live at 7429 Kennedy Drive in South Fulton. I've been at several meetings, not in community concern meetings. I've been at city council meetings. I've been at city planning meetings. And again, like many of the previous speakers have said, the information is not clear or consistent or concise. And in the beginning, I was very much just not opposed or for. But hearing so many different stories about it, I really don't know what is going on. My concern is the word repeal. Why in the world would you repeal something that was put in place to protect homeowners in the city initially? Why not just make amendments or addendums or something like that to it in order to make way for growth within the city? Because we want growth. And having something like, I spoke to Councilperson Willis the other day, and she was saying, not really disclosing that you all have a plan for a Kroger coming, but just hypothetical, that if we had a Kroger or a Costco that wanted to come, they want to bring their gas entity with them. And I understand that. But my concern is repealing this is going to leave us open to so many other opportunities for us to be redlined by gas stations here, gas stations there. And I understand also what Councilperson JC, I love this guy, JC Sebastian explained to me that, you know, all of those have to get a special permit. We'll have to get and that's great. But there's nothing to say that they won't get it, that you won't be here and the next set of council people won't say, oh, okay, yeah, you give it to them. And so that's my concern. There was a purpose for this initially being put in place. It was to protect homeowners. And I spoke before about the concern about the environmental, because I heard from several homeowners in the city that I didn't know about who had well water. And I understand that technology has improved now and that new gas stations will have protections for that. I get it. But things can still happen. And just the other environmental things that it brings, walking traffic with people hanging at gas stations, I mean, those are the things that concern me. So thank you so much for listening.
All right. Thank you so much for all of your comments. At this time, I will be closing the public hearing, and we will have any comments from our council. If you all want to make a comment in the queue, but I also have our city attorney that would like to address the residents. Attorney Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I did want to address first and foremost the timing issue that was brought up. The case that was mentioned, Tilly Properties Incorporated versus Bartow County, it's actually 261 Georgia 183 or 153. That case was decided in 1991. I'm not going to tell y'all how old I was in 1991, but let's just fair to say that I was not of the age of majority. But OCGA 368029, subsection 6, which became effective July 1, 2023, allows for any additions or corrections to a publication to be added to that municipality's website. According to our website, the date, month, day, and year were correct. So we are in compliance as far as continuing to move forward with considering this action today. So I wanted to make that abundantly clear on the record. The other concern regarding additional protections and the environmental impact, there's three parts to what's going on with this gas station ordinance. There's the repeal, there's the new ordinance, and there's also the text amendment to the zoning table, the use table. The reason why it is being repealed is because we are taking it completely out of the zoning portion of the code and putting it in its own section. In order to do that, we can't just move one ordinance out of the zoning to another place in the code. The proper vehicle to do that is to repeal it. Now, we didn't want to just repeal it and not leave any protections out there, which is why we have the second portion, which is the new gas station ordinance. Now, I can tell you quite a bit of thought and conversation and just my own sweat equity for months has gone into this ordinance, and I can tell you nobody from the outside drafted this ordinance. It was purely in-house in my office with the cooperation of the elected council people, so I did want to put that to bed. But with the new gas station ordinance, with it being a standalone ordinance outside of the zoning code, it allows us the flexibility that should we need to make additional changes according to the feedback from the residents, we can do that more easily. So this council is sensitive to what you all are saying, and as a result, that is why that vehicle is being used. Secondly, the new ordinance adds significant protections that the old ordinance did not, especially when it comes to the environmental impact. With the special use permit, there was an environmental impact that was required, but that was not independent. With this new ordinance, it requires an independent entity to determine the environmental impact specifically on surrounding residences. That was not done before. That has never been a part of our ordinance. The other part of the new ordinance is it requires a tree buffer, a light plan to make sure that any placement of lighting is in the least disruptive place as possible to surrounding residences that may be abutting that property, as well as making sure they're coming into federal and state compliance with their gas pumps, locations, and the mechanism of what they're using. The thing about South Fulton is we are a city on the rise. We are growing. We are not, just a homogeneous blend. We have everything from AG to heavy industrial. And so with this new ordinance, it gives us the flexibility to address all of those areas without creating an oversaturation of gas stations. Now, when the city became a city, take, for example, Old National Corridor, we inherited a number of gas stations. With this new ordinance, the way that it is written right now, no more gas stations will be able to come on Old National by right. So I want to make sure that that's understood by the residents. This is not a green light for gas stations to pop up on every corner. And I believe I discussed this with one of the council members, just from the Shell station at Buffington, the Shell gas station at 138 and Old National, just to Pleasant Hill. There's already more than two gas stations in that 1.2 mile radius. So no more gas stations will be able to come on that corridor by right. The same from Pleasant Hill all the way, I think I did it to Godby just to be safe, even though we stop at Old Bill Cook Road. No more gas stations will be able to come in that corridor as a result of this new ordinance. So I just wanted to give just a couple of the rundowns to address some of those concerns by the residents. This is not something that was rushed. This was actually something that was overdue and that had been worked on for several months with the staff. So I did want to make sure that I made that abundantly clear. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Attorney Kelly. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam City Attorney, I have one clarification that I need because this question was asked in my town hall on Sunday evening. It's about if a gas station is proposed outside of those categories, C2, M1, and M2, which have the by right designation according to what we hopefully will be adopting tonight. If it's in any other category, does it still have to go through the rezoning and the special use permit, regardless of where in the code, whether it's in business license or it's in the zoning code?
So the short answer to that is yes, it still has to come before the council. The way that the new ordinance is written, even though it's no longer in the zoning code, it does use language that is consistent with how those zones are described with mixed use and with residential. And also having the within 1,000-foot residential also by application limits it to certain zonings as well. So although it doesn't use the same zoning language as C1, C2, M2, the description that's used in the new ordinance by application has the same effect.
All right, thank you, Councilman Sebastian. Councilwoman Rao.
Yes, thank you for that. I have a question, because this would change what's currently in place. Did you also look at Fulton Industrial? Because I think we have like 6 on Fulton Industrial. What, did you look across the city to see how many or how many could potentially come?
I did not do like a full GIS breakdown of every corridor within the city. But I did look specifically at Old National. I did not look at Fulton Industrial, but as I mentioned, we inherited from the county several corridors that are already, by nature of the 1.5 mile radius, are already beyond that point. So if there are more than 2 gas stations within a 1.5 mile radius on Fulton Industrial Boulevard, no more gas stations would be able to come within that 1.5 mile radius by right.
Is it possible, before we get to the point where we decide relative to actually like that we could not potentially have an oversaturation there, but I'm just trying to be clear that I understand, because before it was no distance requirements in that, on that corridor.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I wasn't sure I answered the question.
So it would require a special use permit, well, to be allowed outright in M1 and M2, which is industrial area, right? So they could potentially, because there's no distance requirement with those in the industrial area.
So with the way that the new ordinance is written, period, regardless of the zoning, if there are more than 2 gas stations in a 1.5 mile radius, no more gas stations will be able to come in that radius, regardless of the zoning, without a special use permit.
Okay, because I'm reading the gas station. There's a subsection under it that talks about proximity to residential, and it says A, which is outright allowable, correct?
I just want to make sure I'm...
So it says 447-110 gas stations. Then you have another category under, it says A, which is outright allowable. It does not require a special use permit. So my understanding, this was making it consistent with, which is currently in place on Fulton Industrial. So it doesn't address distance at all.
No, but that's why we also have, in addition, that's why these three pieces of legislation have to be read together. And that's also one of the reasons for the new ordinance is to bring all of these pieces that were kind of scattered throughout the code in one space. So although the zoning table doesn't address the distance requirements, this new ordinance is very specific in its application that regardless of in applying the zoning table, you also have to read it in conjunction with this ordinance, which does have the distance requirements.
Can I intervene here for just a second? So I know we're only supposed to be having a public hearing about the repeal. So I think some of our other questions that we may have to ask in reference to the other ordinance will have to go on to the next meeting. Am I correct in that?
So there are two that we're having the public comment on. It's the repeal, the public hearing on the repeal, and as well as the zoning table. So those are the two things that require a public hearing.
Right.
The new ordinance does not.
Okay. All right.
So I want to be clear before again, I'm looking at this chart and it says what part what part is deleted and replaced. And it says that it would be A, which is outright allowable, and it has gas stations, which previously the only area that had that was Fulton Industrial. I just want to make sure it's under C2, M1, and M2, because I've seen a couple of different versions of this document, so I want to be clear. So, and then it's another line under it, which speaks to gas stations located within 7,920 feet of existing gas station or located within 1,000 feet of a residential would require a special use permit. So again, I'm thinking if it's a gas station, it's an industrial area, and if there are no residential or no other gas stations, the answer is yes.
So I'm going to defer to Mr. McClendon, and perhaps he can give a more concise explanation.
Thank you. Perhaps I can be helpful. So the prior ordinance required, it applied differently to the Fulton Industrial Corridor. Now, gas stations which wanted to locate on Fulton Industrial Corridor still needed a special use permit, but they were not subject to the distance requirement, the 3-mile distance requirement. So the new ordinance will change that, not only on Fulton Industrial Boulevard, but throughout the entire city, wherein gas stations will be allowable without that special use permit, as long as they're not within the new 1.5-mile distance requirement or the 1,000-foot residential requirement.
Okay. Are there any other speakers in the queue? All right. Since if there's no further objections, we can adjourn to executive session. Are there any objections? All right, we will adjourn to executive session for real estate, personnel, litigation, and cyberspace. Oh, security, not cyberspace. Security. All right, we'll see y'all very soon. Thank you.
We're adjourned at 5:34. We're recessed at 5:34 p.m.
I think we can go ahead and return back to open session. The meeting will come back to order. The recess for executive session has ended, and we are back into open session. So, with that being said, Mr. Clerk, were there any, while in executive session, the council adopted the following motions. The council has voted to reappoint the city clerk to grade 20, pay step 10. The council has also voted to reappoint Chief Municipal Judge Michael Sheridan. The council has also voted to reappoint interim city attorney Sarah for an additional 6 months. And the council has also voted to reappointment of city manager and approval of the contract. Is there any other items?
No, ma'am, those were the only items I'm aware of.
All right, at this time, we will need to take a vote within the system, right? Am I correct in that? All right, please make sure that you all have your, I believe that was the 5 o'clock meeting still up, so we can go ahead and vote in this executive session. Yeah, I'm sorry, my apologies. Go back to the 5, or can?
We can do a hand vote.
Oh, you want to do it? Well, we can do that. Let's do a hand vote. So all those, can I get a motion? Well, I already did the motion. Can I get a show of hands?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Mr. Clerk?
I had 6 ayes,
And 1 nay?
the 1 nay, 6-1.
6-1.
That motion was approved with those 4 employment actions.
All right, thank you. And if there is no further business, then I will call this meeting to be adjourned at 7:01 p.m. All right, Mr. Clerk, we will be calling the next meeting, our public meeting, for February 24th, 2026 at 7 p.m., our city council regular meeting to order. Can you please sound the roll?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, did you want them to run the video first,
Oh,
or?
My apologies, we just ready to roll. Let's go.
Thank you for joining us live for the City of South Fulton City Council meeting. We are proud to introduce the leadership entrusted with guiding our city forward. Mayor Carmelita Gumbs, District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 2 Councilman Aaron V. Johnson, District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian, Mayor Pro Tem Keosha B. Bell, District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 7 Councilwoman Linda Becker Pritchett. Supporting the work of this body in the operations of our city are City Clerk Corey Adams, City Manager Sharon D. Subidan, and Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. Thank you for being the best part of the City of South Fulton, a city on the rise.
All right, welcome again to our February 24th, 2026 City Council regular meeting. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the roll?
It's roll call for tonight's regular meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Aaron V. Johnson, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Carmelita Gumbs.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Next item is Roman numeral 3, the invocation, which will be provided by our city chaplain. It's Sergeant Smith. Neesmith, I'm sorry, Neesmith. My apologies.
Good evening, everyone. Let us pray. Most gracious and heavenly Father, we come before you as humbly as we know how, giving you thanks and praise for the opportunities of life, health, and liberty, Heavenly Father. We ask you to bless all in attendance. We ask you to bless our mayor, city council, elected officials, and all others that are responsible for the development of the city of South Fulton. And as always, we'll continue to give your name the glory, honor, and praise. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Yes, ma'am. That brings us to adoption of the council agenda. We do not have any proclamation presentations this evening.
You see they excited about not having proclamations, right? All right, so adoption of the council agenda. Has everyone switched over? All right. Can I entertain a motion?
Second.
It has been moved and properly second. Can I get this by a show of hands?
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Mr. Clerk, can you sound the next item?
Next item is Roman numeral 7, approval of city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes, February 10th, 2026, work session minutes, February 10th, 2026, and alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, February 10th, 2026.
Are there any objections to the minutes? All right, the minutes are approved. I don't see any objections. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
That brings us to the consent agenda, Roman numeral 8, letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, and M. So items A through M.
If there is no objection to the consent agenda? No objection? All right, the consent agenda is adopted by unanimous consent. City Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 9, which is alcohol license, rezonings, variance, and modification cases for motion and vote. First case is letter A, request council consideration of an alcohol beverage license application for Applebee's Restaurants, Mid-Atlantic LLC, doing business as Applebee's, and it's submitted requesting approval of a change of ownership for the consumption sale of wine, beer, and distilled beverages at 3690 Cascade Road, Southwest, South Fulton, Georgia, 30331. It's located in City Council District 1.
All right. Council, I know you all have had an opportunity to review the agenda. If there are no objections to these items, A through, I believe it is E, under alcohol, you have an objection? Okay. What item? All right. So if there is no objections to item A, B, D, and E, we can do that by unanimous consent. I believe there is one item that one council member would like to hear. Is there any objection? All right, those items are adopted. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the item? The next item.
Item C, second read and request council approval of a zoning ordinance, M26-001, an application by Omar Cooper, care of Benny Bryant, requesting a modification to zoning condition 3A of zoning case 2005Z-0010 to remove the 20-foot rear yard setback at 8373 Les Jardins Boulevard. It's located in City Council District 4. Staff recommendation was denial.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Mayor, I want to approve a motion for denial, going with staff recommendation.
It has been moved and properly second. Discussion?
Discussion. If we have staff member here who can explain to us the reason for their recommendation to remind us. I think I see Director McClendon just coming down the hallway. Is anyone else here from CDRA that can remind us?
All right, Director McClendon. He wore his best tie for you all today.
Director McClendon, can you remind us about item C under the alcohol and zoning and why staff recommendation was for denial? That's the 20-foot rear setback removal.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. The item C, M26001, this was the application to remove the entire 20-foot rear yard setback at 8373 Les Jardins Boulevard. Staff's recommendation was denial. As a reminder, modification cases do not go before Planning Commission, so there is no Planning Commission recommendation. Staff's recommendation of denial was based on the structure that has already been built, actually being built within a drainage easement.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. We'd like to carry that vote. You don't want to do it in the queue? All right. Mr. Clerk?
That was a motion to deny, and
What, you don't want to do it again? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
the vote is open.
Well, I can't vote. I got it. Huh? It's still showing that I can.
The motion to deny was approved 7-0.
All right. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound the next item?
Madam Mayor and members of council, that brings us to the public comments portion of the agenda. The public is reminded that comments regarding zoning cases will not be allowed. Speakers will be granted a total of 2 minutes each, and public comments will not exceed 30 minutes. Speakers will not be allowed to yield or donate their time to other speakers. Speakers must identify themselves and their addresses prior to speaking. Speakers may only address the presiding officer, shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. With that said, Madam Mayor, per our custom, we do have a couple of elected officials that I know the mayor and council typically hear from them first.
Yes.
I know we have Senator Jaha Howard and Senator Rashawn Kemp are present.
All right. Well, senators, can you all please step to the podium? Whoever would like to go first. And welcome to the city of South Fulton. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hello. Hey, City of South Fulton, Mayor, council persons. Yeah, I got to tell you, we've been working hard at the Capitol. Jaha Howard, a state senator, District 35, representing parts of Fulton County, including parts of City of South Fulton and parts of Cobb County. I got to tell you, we've been working hard at the state capitol, and we know that there's a lot of debate going on. But one thing that's for sure is that everyone is on notice that City of South Fulton is indefinitely on the rise. So it's beautiful to be in the grand halls of the state capitol, and folks know City of South Fulton is in a new era and on the move. So thank you for all of your leadership. Thank you for just keeping an eye on the prize. As you know, there's major things going on internationally and nationally. Our U.S. Senator Raphael Warnock is promoting a resolution. We appreciate those sentiments being echoed by our Congresswoman Lucy McBath, and also those sentiments being echoed here at the local level in the city of South Fulton. So I came today just to say thank you for all the work that you're doing, and please consider this resolution to stand up against the ICE detention centers, because the federal government is moving, and I understand it can be concerning, but it is going to take that leadership and that courage from each city, each county, or in our state to go up against what we see here at the federal government. So there is a sense of urgency, and thank you for your leadership in considering this resolution. So again, thank you for the entire crowd who's here. You have active citizens who ask good questions and keep us all accountable. So again, just want to come and say thank you, and also encourage you to support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Howard. State Senator Rashawn Kemp. Welcome. Well, I mean, you just live right around the corner, but
Right
welcome.
down the street. Yeah. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank y'all so much. I was riding in here from an event in the city of Atlanta. I was listening to the news, and one of the commentators said that we have to stand up for democracy, and it starts in our cities. And I think that's very timely for what I'm going to share today. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. And I come before you not only as your state senator, but as a partner and as a resident of the city of South Fulton who believes that local leadership matters. At a time when communities across Georgia are watching closely in light of recent ICE operations and the growing debate around detention centers, your agenda item sends a clear message. This is not what the city wants, and it's not what we want to be told what to do. We know what our values are, and you are defining them yourselves. I recently filed a Senate resolution supporting the federal efforts by Senator Raphael Warnock and signed on to a bill that was sponsored by my colleague, Senator Howard, who just spoke, to ensure transparency, accountability, and community voice when decisions are made that impact our neighborhoods. And tonight you have the opportunity to reinforce the same principle right here at home. The city of South Fulton is known as a progressive city, a city that leads, a city that sets the standard for what residents across Georgia want to see from their leaders. By taking this proactive step, you are not just reacting to policy, you are showing where the community stands for transparency, for respect, and for thoughtful governance. This resolution is not about division, it's about clarity. It's about ensuring the decisions affecting our families, our infrastructure, and our future are made with the people, not around them. Mayor and Council, I respectfully urge you to approve this resolution and continue setting the example for cities across our state. And I thank you all for the opportunity to serve you down at the Gold Dome, and thank you so much for your continued leadership here in the city of South Fulton.
Thank you so much. All right. Mr. Clerk, can you remind our speakers? And let's get ready.
Yes, so we have approximately, I believe, about 8 cards here and 3 people that wish to speak via Zoom. So as I call your name, please approach the center microphone and state your name, address, your district, and you can discuss any item except any zoning cases. Those who submitted forms online, Deanna Respris, Penny Webster Lewis, Cedric Williams, Loretta Williams, Demita Chapman, Yvonne Cole Boone, Mel Keaton, and Glenda Collins. If you're present and wish to speak, please approach the center microphone and come in that order.
And please remind them that comments should not pertain to zoning.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council and Penny Webster Lewis, 6312 Jasper Way, City of South Fulton, District 2. My comments are not regarding zoning. My comments are to thank Councilman Aaron Johnson, Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown, Councilwoman Catherine Foster Rao, who addressed my questions that I've been asking regarding a matter that we talked about in the zoning hearing. So I think it's important, since I made a comment saying no one's responding to my inquiries, as well as someone from the Mr. McClendon's office talk with me as well. While I still may not agree, at least I have a better understanding of what's happening. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak my truth and ask for clarity so that I can get on board with council when they're making decisions that aren't clear to me. So I want to say thank you to those council persons specifically, and also Councilwoman Linda Pritchett, who talked to me way prior to this event. But I do think it's important when you raise a concern that you come back and say thank you to the folks who do answer your questions. So thank you to all of you, and I yield.
So Cedric Williams, Loretta Williams, Demita Chapman, Yvonne Cole Boone, Mel Keaton, Glenda Collins.
Hi, my name is Demita Chapman. I live at 7303 Simon Street. I live in the Great District 2, where Councilman Johnson is my counsel. I know y'all probably think I'm coming here to blast y'all, but I'm not. Council, I want to thank Mayor Gums. I've watched the last couple meetings that you presided, and you're doing a wonderful job. What I'm going to ask the council is, when residents come before you guys or say anything, we voted for you. We do want you to listen to us. I get plenty of calls, and when I get the calls, I tell the constituents that I would never tell who told me. But this is what I'm going to leave this with you guys, because when we were fighting for the city, we fought for what we thought was right, and it's going to be all right. I believe that. But I'm going to say this, 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, and I'm not saying your ways is wicked, I'm just saying what the words say, then will I hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin, and I will heal the land. I heard my mayor said she want to bring the city together in unity, and I believe that. But not only is going to take the mayor, it's going to take all 7 of the council plus the residents. I'm willing to give y'all a fair shake. And if you don't want me at the table, I'm going to bring my folding chair. But I love this city so well that I'm not going nowhere. And what I said at the town hall meeting, I love it. And I love the people. Even when you upset me, I still love you. I'm going down to Mallory, and you'll see me over there. So keep up the good work, and we'll continue to do what we're supposed to do.
Yvonne Cole Boone, Mel Keaton, Glenda Collins.
My name is Yvonne Colboon. My address is 7312 Blue Jay Way, Union City, Georgia. I guess the city of South Fulton too, and I'm in District 7. I wanted to speak about the comprehensive plan, but it's coming later. And I don't know if I can talk about this, but you just buzz me off when I'm saying the wrong thing. The reason I'm concerned about the plan is that a certain area, it's along in District 7, and it's along Spence Road. And earlier, we had a developer come and want to rezone that area. And the council made a motion to deny that rezoning. The area was suburban. Now, for the new plan, it is industrial, light industrial. And I'm concerned that this planner is going to come back again and try to clear-cut 188 acres of woodland to build 3 warehouses. We had a petition, many people, the Fairburn people, people in South Fulton, we all got together. And we had a Change.org petition. Over 1,000 people signed that petition. And what really moves me is that this same developer has a warehouse, he got approved for a warehouse on Roosevelt. I think it's SOFO they're referring to it as. And he has requested a 10-year abatement, a tax abatement. So I'm just concerned about this, and I wanted to put it out there. Thank you.
Mel Keaton, Linda Collins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Glenda Collins, District 5. I'm here to discuss the tax abatement. Can we please get an explanation as to why a warehouse may be or will be approved for a tax abatement in operating this type of business for a profit? And if this abatement is approved, will it be the city of South Fulton of Fulton County? A tax abatement is being used to purchase land that operates as a profit. Since the warehouse will make a profit, the abatement will be given 10 years. Does a developer have the right to request a tax abatement at any time? I would think that an abatement would serve the city of South Fulton better if the tax abatement was applied to a hospital or entertainment area instead of a warehouse. Will this tax abatement affect our annual allocation of disbursement from Fulton County? Rezoned to build a warehouse when the property could have been developed to be more consistent and beneficial to the area. Thank you.
Ms. Martha Sayers. Is Martha Sayers present? With that, Mayor and Council, we have 3 people who signed up via Zoom. We do have Ms. India Rice, who is available online. Ms. Rice, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes,
Okay,
I can
please,
hear you.
please state your name, your address, and you may discuss your item, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is India Rice. I'm a constituent in Zone 7, and I would like to support the resolution to keep ICE out of our city. And I'm also still looking for more information on the Microsoft data center on Stonewall Tail Road. We have not been provided environmental impact reports or any information regarding how we'll be protected from the harmful impacts of this data center. I'm also asking for more transparency and support from our mayor and our city at this time because it's a very concerning issue to me as I witness other Black communities around this country grow more disenfranchised by the data centers that are continuously impacting our communities. Thank you and have a blessed night.
I don't see them online, but I will just call their name. Bishop Greg Fan had signed up, but it looks like he has not joined, as well as Miss Tanika Jones. So since they're not present, that completes the public comment that I received for this evening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can you please sound the next item?
That brings us to, council comments, Roman numeral 11.
All right. So we're going to switch it up a little bit. We're going to start in District 7. Come on, let's see.
I don't really think I have a lot to say, but good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out this evening. I want to make you aware of some legislation at the Capitol that right now is in the House. It's House Bill 1035, introduced by Representative Sandra Scott. And what it does, it would prohibit HOAs from being able to foreclose on people's property for any fees or outstanding fines or liens that are placed on their homes. This is really important because a lot of people, there has been a lot of issue with HOAs across the state of Georgia. People on boards are not professionals, are not professional board members, do not have substantial training, and in many of our communities, in particular in my district, many of the HOAs have been very predatory towards their own neighbors and people in the community by giving them excessive fines, being really petty, very litigious, using their own dues against homeowners and hiring high-powered attorneys and engaging in complicated litigation that has wound up making people feel like they shouldn't be part of HOA communities. So this bill, myself, and I think Patricia Wise from District 7, and also Correll Driscoll from District 2, we went down to the Capitol and we gave some testimony, and it looks like it was favorable, and this is something that they look to be really interested in. So it's really important sometimes when we advocate for issues that affect people broadly throughout our city to support legislation that can help provide some relief to some real complicated and terrible issues. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, District 7. We're moving on to District 6. Councilwoman Williams Brown.
The sensational 6th district. I always have a folder. Okay, so of course, as always, I start by thanking the residents that came out to our Q1 community conversation on last week. I appreciate everyone who came to engage in community and talk about the issues that were on their minds as it relates to District 6. Of course, I have to thank our police officers, Dr. Alexander, Major English. On yesterday, we had Jay Uso from WWE do a celebrity appearance at Cricket Wireless on Old National Highway in conjunction with the WWE match at State Farm Arena last night. They did a phenomenal job of crowd management, ensuring that everybody was safe, ensuring that traffic along Old National was not impeded by the crowd, and that everyone had a good experience. And so I greatly appreciate all the hard work that they put in so that residents could have a good time in the Sensational Sixth and meet one of the more preeminent, as I understand it, wrestlers in WWE today. It's not my thing. However, yeah, my husband will sit and watch it all day, every day. Announcements. The monthly food distribution is this coming Saturday at Krill Park at 10 a.m. Until the food runs out, as always, please be reminded that people do start lining up at 9. The food goes very quickly, so if you know people who are experiencing food insecurity and are in need of fruits and vegetables to help supplement their food supply, please direct them to Krill Park as well. Councilwoman Pritchett is there. If we have residents who are Spanish speaking, she is usually there at some point during the food giveaway to help serve residents in their language. And so, special thanks to her for coming out every month to ensure that the Hispanic community is able to receive services in their native tongue. Recycle and Shred, March 7th at Creel Park. We are gearing up to do our spring cleaning, and so those of you who need to bring your aluminum cans and your cardboard boxes out of your garage and all of the papers that you've got stuffed in your Kroger bag somewhere to take to a shredder, please bring those to Creel Park on March 7th so that we can dispose of those properly. And then on March 14th, it is time for the annual St. Patrick's Day Bingo at Burdett Park. For those of you who come out to the bingo, we have a phenomenal time. And line dancing and food and laughter and great prizes that are given out at the bingo. Typically, I would look at the back and say, did I get it all? But I don't see Merlin, so we're going to hope that I got it all. These are your what? Church announcements for the day, and we shall govern ourselves what? Accordingly.
Did somebody say bingo? I love bingo. Y'all ready for some bingo?
Come get your prize.
All right, moving on to District 5.
All right, thank you so much. And as always, we keep it live in District 5. So nevertheless, I want to thank those that came out. Rain all day last Saturday. But nevertheless, we had a great turnout from our residents for the Recycle and Shred event. And I was amazingly surprised because it was pouring down. But nevertheless, I want to thank our Public Works Department, our Public Affairs Department, and the one and only Dr. Cooper, affectionately known as Big Coop. Nevertheless, I want to thank those that came out. We have just started our newest initiative in District 5 at Burdett Park, which is called Generations Read Together. And so we are having a great time with that. Our seniors, or as I say, seasoned elite, we do encourage you to sign up. If you would like to take a moment of your day and come by and read to our babies, we encourage you to do so. So you can definitely reach out to myself, my office, and or our Parks and Recreation Department. But our new program is Generations Read Together. And so we're focusing on making sure the quality of life means making sure our babies know how to read, write, and know how to do arithmetic. But nevertheless, if you are interested, we invite you, participate. If you have a free afternoon, please come by Burdett Park. Please call our office and we will give you your own special day. Our book for yesterday was The ABCs of Black History. And so this was the longest 45 minutes to read this little short book. But nevertheless, they have a lot of questions. They're super excited to have guests come in. So we encourage you, please come on out. Next is our Workforce Academy. Many of you are very aware of the Workforce Academy. I've had a lot of emails regarding our electrician program, our roofing program. We are in the process of expanding. So if you or anyone is interested in our programs, they are currently underway. So our next programs will not begin again until the end of March. But we are adding 3D printing. And so I want to take this time out to give kudos to our very own resident, Mr. Mario Clark, for all of the work that he is helping to connect us with partners. And so not in addition to a 3D construction program, we will also be adding culinary arts, entrepreneurship, and HVAC and forklift. So we are growing. And so if you or anyone is interested in free training opportunities, for anyone, it doesn't have to be a specific age, and it's not just for children. If you are an adult, you're looking to upskill or reskill, please contact our office. And as always, if you're not receiving our newsletter, please feel free to email myself or Philip Watley, my constituent services representative, or contact our office and be on the lookout for your D5. District 5 at a glance. It's a 12-page mailer, so be on the lookout in your mailboxes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Moving on to District 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would request sometime you start from the middle so I don't have to follow all of that. But thank you all. If you have any doubts whether we're doing things here in the city of South Fulton, all we have to do is to listen to some of these announcements. First of all, I want to just take this moment and send condolences from all of us to former Councilwoman Naima Gilead, who lost her son last week. I believe the funeral is this week. And I want to thank our men and women of our fire department who did a really good job in trying to save Eric's life on that night. They did all they could, but just couldn't keep him. And so Ms. Gilead, Councilwoman Emeritus Gilead, has expressed her sincere thanks to our men and women of our fire department. And I think she has a GoFundMe out there someplace, as Councilwoman Willis reminded me just now, so you all can look for that and help with the arrangements. I want to thank all those residents who came out last Sunday evening. So I've been out with you all now 2 Sunday evenings. We're not going to make it 3. Sunday is normally church and the rest, but it was necessary to have the conversation around gas stations and the ordinance. And so I want to thank those residents who packed the house at Fire Station 6 so that we could have a discussion around the ordinance. And I think we made a lot of headway into people's understanding of what we're trying to do. And I think many of the residents who left there were actually pleased with the discussion that we have. Also, I want to thank those staff and others who assisted with what was supposed to be our Christmas time senior holiday event that turned into a Valentine's event. And it was pretty awesome, I got to tell you. So I may follow me and do one every year, I don't know. But it was pretty awesome. You know, the seniors really enjoyed themselves. It was a small place, but nonetheless, both staff and the contractors that we had did a really good job. And everyone enjoyed themselves. Did get some emails and so on afterwards too, from some of the seniors expressing their appreciation. Because not a lot happened out by us. We're kind of quiet out there at times, but that's one of the good events that we've had in the last few months. We have our 5th annual Autism Sensory Festival coming up on April 4th. And so we're looking forward and we're preparing for that. And in case you don't know, people come from 3 or 4 states, I believe, around us to attend that event, as well as several counties around Georgia. I'm told it's typically the largest such event in Metro Atlanta. So it happens at Wilkerson Mill Park on April 5th, starting from about 11 a.m. And I jumped over March, best month of the year, because 2 things, Women's History Month and my birthday. So I'm looking forward to celebrating Women's History Month, and we have something that we're planning at the end of the month in March. So look out for more to come on that. And that's all I have.
Well, thank you, Councilman. I think we will have to start in the middle next time. Moving on to District 3.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues. I got an opportunity to participate in Councilmember Pritchett's town hall meeting. She did an amazing job, and we got to talk about the gas station ordinance, and she allowed me to explain to residents. I got to participate in Councilmember Sebastian's town hall on Sunday, and it was a packed crowd, standing room, and he allowed me to talk with residents about the gas station ordinance. And while I didn't get a chance to speak at Councilmember Williams Brown town hall, I did participate, I did go, and we had productive, respectful conversations with residents. And I want to thank the residents who were there to really respectfully engage and listen. And we had great dialogue. On this Saturday, we are going to have a produce and shredding event at Welcome All Park from 9 to 12. It's just shredding. I want to thank Omega Psi Phi. They will be out there to help me volunteer and help me pass out produce. And then on March 3rd, we will have a State of the District 3 town hall. We will have the city manager and all department heads at Welcome All Park at 6 p.m. to give you an update of the State of District 3 projects, public works projects, park and recreation projects, also anything that's going on in District 3. We want to hear from you, and we want to give you the State of District 3. Thank you for your engagement. I think when we get to this gas station ordinance and the city attorney speaks, I think you will see that the 5 sponsors of this ordinance listened, and we came to some happy medians, and we and compromise. And while we're not going to make everybody happy, we have come to a point where I think are some common grounds. Thank you and have a great day. Thank you for engaging.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. District 2, Councilman Aaron Johnson.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. The first thing I want to do, since our last meeting, we lost, I think, a giant in our civil rights history with the Reverend Jesse Jackson. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge his passing and recognizing the fact that our giants and the people who got us to the point, a lot of the people who got us to the point or have gotten us to the point that we are today are starting to slip away, and we need to take time to sit down, sit back, and recognize that. We had a great conversation at one of the schools today with Andrew Young, and it was amazing. At 93 years old, he was telling us about what he did in high school. And he talked to the kids, and it was supposed to last about an hour and a half, but the kids kept asking questions, and the kids were just amazed at this giant sitting there. And sometimes we lose the fact that we live around so much history. So we always need to pay attention to that. So on to lighter things. I'm very excited. As you know, I'm still the new guy here. The South Fulton Fire recruit graduation was last week, and to some people that may not be too much of a deal, but it was my first one. So I was excited to see the graduates for our fire department and see them starting off with the city of South Fulton and getting ready to do some amazing things. In my second month, we have been going around trying to hit all the HOAs and community meetings and things of that nature. So if I haven't been to your HOA yet, I promise you I'm trying to set up a meeting to get to you as soon as I can. We've done about 5 in these 46 days that I've been on the council, but we're moving through pretty well. Which also leads me to announce that we are getting ready to have our first town hall. We're going to do a first quarter town hall on March the 26th at 6:30 p.m. at Westlake High School. I'm very excited about that because we get an opportunity to hear from the community and talk to the community about what's going on in District 2 and what's going on in the city. And not only that, but to hear from our residents about how they're feeling and what they're looking forward to, and some of the things that we can do to work together to continue to move our city forward. Speaking of District 2, it's high school basketball playoff time. So right now, the girls of Langston Hughes High School, they're in their game. They should be at halftime by now, but I'm gonna go find out in a few. The girls of Langston Hughes is right now. The boys play tomorrow at Langston Hughes at 6. Westlake High School, the girls play at 6 and the boys play at 7:30. So good luck to all of our students who are student athletes and have high school basketball games in the playoffs, and we need to bring home a championship. So, all right, that's it for me, Madam Mayor.
I love it.
Another championship.
Absolutely. I'm so proud of District 2 right now. I love all y'all, but I like this new one. All right, District 1.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. A couple updates. I want to encourage you to join me on February 24th at at 10 a.m. for the District 1 and Cascade Business Merchants Association Community Cleanup. We're about 10 years in with this, but I want to encourage you to come out and help us make sure we keep our business corridor clean. Gloves, vests, trash bags, and all the pickers are provided, so all ages are welcome. On Saturday, March 21st, in partnership with Future Seekers, we are hosting a free SAT boot camp from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Sandtown Rec Center. This is a wonderful opportunity for students in grades 10 through 12 to join us for intensive, high-impact prep session. We want to make sure our young people are prepared to go to college, and so part of that is making sure they do well on those standardized tests. So you can sign up via QR code through my newsletter or on my Facebook page. You can see that flyer. The What Comes to Mind exhibit is at the Southwest Art Center. Our very own Lloyd Harold, it's his various paintings and drawings and illustrations. He has an upcoming artist talk and reception on Saturday, February 28th from 5 to 8 p.m. So come out and join us. And SWAC spring class registration is currently open through March 5th. Classes fill up quickly, so go online and make sure they're still available. But we have everything from West African dance to drawing to teen improv and more. Classes for residents that are 55 and older are free. Summer camp registration is already open, and you know our camps fill up very fast. So this is for ages 5 to 12, and the teen intensive is for teenagers ages 13 to 17. So registration is limited. Make sure you go online and register. What else? The Spring League registration is currently open for Sandtown Park. It's available through March 20th. We also have a volleyball clinic in partnership with the Police Athletic League. And so that's for girls ages 9 to 17, and it's on Saturdays from 2 to 4 p.m. And last but not least, I want to encourage you to take advantage of the curbside bulk trash pickup days. You have until Wednesday, tomorrow, to sign up for this month. And so we want to make sure that you do that. You can do that via the website, but for those who get my newsletter, the link is included. And last but not least, I want to congratulate Councilwoman Bell on your upcoming demolitions. I know you've been working on that for a while as it relates to Camelot, so congratulations. And that concludes my announcements. Oh, I'd be remiss if I did not thank Councilwoman Natasha Williams-Brown, Councilmember Aaron Johnson, and Councilmember Sebastian for engaging in a conversation as it relates around the gas station. The modifications, I think, are a reasonable compromise, so thank you for the dialogue.
All right. Well, the great thing about sitting in this spot is that I get to go to everybody's stuff. And most of them have talked about the majority of what has been happening in the city, and it's been quite busy. Last week was definitely exciting. So first, we did have a federal visit from Congresswoman Lucy McBeth. She met with both myself and the council. We had great dialogue. We talked about a lot of great things happening in the city, as well as her continuing to be supportive around infrastructure and public safety, as well as economic development. So we really want to thank her for her level of engagement, so that was exciting. Also, as Councilmember Johnson mentioned, attending the South Fulton Fire Rescue graduation. Of course, as you all know, public safety is top of mind for our city, and that was an exciting young group of new firefighters that are coming on board. I think most of them had to go to work right after that, so that was exciting as well. I also want you all to know that we are not just dressed up in our African garb, but it is Black History Month. And this is our last council meeting for Black History Month. And I'm sorry that the gentleman did not get the memo, but, you know, as women, we like to dress up for anything. And I think we look absolutely amazing. So they didn't pay attention. That's what I heard. They didn't understand the assignment. Also, I wanted to mention that there is a senior women's basketball team that is out recruiting. The ages, I think it starts at about 55. I think it's also a spinoff from the senior workout class. So if any of you would love to participate in the senior women's basketball team, they are planning to compete in the Senior Olympics, which will also be held. There's one that's held in Georgia. There's one that's held in, how do you pronounce it, Opelika, Alabama, as well as Fulton County Senior Olympics. I think their name is Thundercats. Or it might be, I think I added the cats on it, but it's something Senior Thunder. But please, if you are interested in joining, I would love for you all to do that. I do want to, many of you may have missed it, but giving congratulations to our reappointments of our city manager, Sharon Subadan, as well as our city clerk, who is absolutely amazing, Corey Adams, our city attorney, Sarah Kelly, and our chief municipal judge, Michael Sheridan. We are looking forward to doing more great things in the city of South Fulton under this administration. So thank you all for your hard work. And again, I know we're a tough council, but hey, y'all gonna manage, y'all will be fine. And lastly, I do want to share that, of course, I'm proud to release my first 100 days, building a strong foundation for South Fulton. The plan outlines our priorities around public safety and emergency readiness, economic development, and smart growth, as well as workforce stability, and throughout making sure that we're providing excellent service as a city. So I do encourage residents to go out and take a look at that as well. And again, congratulations on making some changes and movement in Camelot. Again, with the demolition, it took us a long time to get here. Of course, you know, Councilwoman Bell has been doing great things, but we've been waiting 8 years as a city. So we are ready to start moving forward. So again, thank you all. I ask you all to continue to stay engaged, and hopefully we'll be done very soon. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sign the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 12, agenda items. Letter A on an administration. First item is second read and request council approval of an ordinance to create Chapter 7, Gas Station and Convenience Store Ordinance of Title 12, Licenses, Permits, and Business Regulations of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions affecting the location and operation of gas stations and convenience stores. This item is sponsored by Council Members Willis, Johnson, Sebastian, Pritchett, and Williams-Brown.
All right, council. I know that we can take these in order, but if there's opposition to a few of them, please let me know at this time. Is there any opposition on any of these items? All right, are you sure? All right, so if there is no, number 4? You have one opposition, which item? Okay. All right, so if there is no oppositions for items 1, 2, 3, and 5, we will move forward with unanimous consent.
Madam Mayor,
I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask if we could make a modification to item number 5.
Sure.
Instead of the $10,000 in arrears, I'm asking that we amend or waive the penalties from 2023 and beyond.
All
Or
right.
before.
Mr. Clerk, do you have that? For 2023 and 2020. All right. All right. If there is no further discussion, and we can move forward with items 1, 2, 3, and 5 as amended for unanimous consent. All right. Mr. Clerk, can you please sound number 4?
Number 4, request council approval of a resolution affirming the city of South Fulton's opposition to the acquisition, renovation, expansion, and operation of warehouses or other facilities within the city for immigration and customs and enforcement detention facilities. This is sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to, I move to approve this measure.
It has been moved and probably second. I believe we have discussion. All right. We have discussion? No discussion, just opposition. All right. All right, can I get, y'all want to take this vote in the queue? All right, let's take this vote in the queue. Mr. Clerk?
Vote is open.
Is that not the right one? It should be number 4. It should be number 4. This is showing ordinance.
Okay, the vote is open. That item was approved, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter B, procurement and contracts. Number 1 is the procurement department is requesting council to award a contract to Atrium Health to provide annual physical exams for firefighters of the City of South Fulton Fire Department. Solicitation RFP 25-17. Annual physical exams received 5 proposals. The fire department evaluators determined Atrium Health to be the most qualified, responsive, and responsible proposer. The agreement is administered on an annual basis, a 1-year initial term with 3 successive 1-year renewal terms. Renewal each year contingent on performance, continued need, and budget availability. The annual amount not to exceed $120,000 and 0 cents per fiscal year, with funding available within the approved fire department budget.
All right, council, you all have had the opportunity again to read the agenda. If there is no objection to items 1, 2, and 3, 4, and 5, we can use this and move forward with unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Y'all make me smile. All right, that motion passes. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Madam Mayor, I don't have any walk-on items, so that brings us to executive session if necessary.
I don't believe we need executive session, but council, please give me your pleasure.
Motion to adjourn.
Now y'all have to vote. So now that there is a motion on the floor and a second.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 8:04 p.m.
We got it done, y'all, by 8 o'clock.